Danville City Commission regular meeting. Today is Monday, June the 26th, 2023. The time now is 5:31. I was told that once Kevin Cowell arrived, I could start the meeting, so I was very, very patient, okay? But I want to thank and welcome all the citizens who are in attendance this afternoon, and we have 39 items on our agenda tonight, so we would ask you to be very cognizant of that when you do your presentations, and we'll give you plenty of time and be time for lots of questions and lots of follow-up. But we're going to start our meeting off this afternoon with Commissioner Rick Seary is going to lead us in a prayer this afternoon, and then we're going to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by a very dear friend of ours named Mrs. Bridget Lester. Is going to do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag for us. I get to give you one more assignment, right? So, okay, Commissioner Seary.
As most people know, I usually like to do a moment of silence versus a prayer. There's always tragedies in the world, fires in Canada right now, and so forth. But today I'd like for us to think about those folks on drug addiction and the families that they're hurting, and also gun violence and the victims of that. So if we'll take a few moments of silence, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bridget?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And there's going to be lots of stories told about you this afternoon, and I'm going to take the privilege of telling the first one. I met this young lady her first day in Danville, Kentucky. It was another life for both of us, and it was at Tolliver Elementary School. And she was bringing these two little bitty small young ladies to enroll in elementary school. And they had the honor of having her as a mom, but more importantly, they had the honor of having me as their principal. So we've known each other for a long time. So I got the first one in, okay? Commissioners, you've had the agenda since last Friday. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented, but I'd like to have permission to omit item number 22. We're going to take that off the agenda, and then I'm going to take some mayoral privilege here early on in the agenda, but I don't want to tell you what that is, though. So entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of item number 22, if you would, please.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any other unreadiness or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. At this item on our agenda, next we have an item where we hear the public. But before we do that, though, I'm going to ask Ms. Linda Hudman if she would stand up. And she's sitting there with Rachel White, another good friend of the city. But Linda is the current deputy director and the chief accountant for the Danville Housing Authority. But today I want to introduce her to you all as the interim executive director of the Housing Authority of Danville. Our current director has resigned, and the board has unanimously approved Ms. Linda Hudman to serve as the interim director of our Housing Authority board. So help me salute her with a round of applause, please. Congratulations, ma'am. On our agenda, we have an item that's called Hear the Public. And this is where we ask people from the public who are in attendance tonight if they want to approach the podium after being recognized And if they desire to speak to the commission about items that are on the agenda, only items on the agenda, and we will try to ask you to restrict your comments or your questions or concerns to 3 minutes or less. So anybody desire to hear or speak to the commission about items on the agenda tonight? Well, thank you for your attendance, so let's move right along then. Plenty of seats up front, young lady. Come on down front and have a seat. All right. Okay, item number 1 on the official business is the retirement recognition. Miss Bridget Lester. And Chief Gray, would you join her at the podium?
I'll make a motion, we refuse this request.
Can I get a second?
Second.
What's that? I would die for lack of a second. Chief's not allowed to make a second in these meetings, so let's go on then. Okay. Yes, sir.
I think me and Bridget are about 2 of the oldest department heads that are still here. So let's see if we can go back a little bit.
Okay.
According to the scrolls that used to be the early payroll back in the day, Bridget started 12/1/98. 24 and a half years of service with the city of Danville. Currently, she's the Director of Codes Enforcement and Codes and Financial Enforcement, the ABC Administrator, Parking Enforcement Director, FEMA Coordinator. I think she just recently stepped down as the President of the State ABC Association. During her career, she's been interim city manager twice? 3 times. I knew I was going to get something wrong. It's a long list, so, I mean, 1 item so far, not too bad. I'm not quite sure exactly what her title is with the Danville Architectural Heritage Board. I don't know if she's a liaison, if she's a special agent, the emeritus or what, I'm not quite sure, but she also has duties with that group for the city as well. I would say probably Bridget's, I mean, everything she's done has been outstanding. But one of the biggest things she's probably done for the city has been her ABC work, not just for the city of Danville, but for the state of Kentucky. She has been a resource. The state has yet to see. She has guided the city of Danville from being totally dry to moist to wet. Me and her joke about it all the time, you know. We thought we were just going to have 5 or 6, 7 or 8, 9 maybe alcohol establishments between the package stores and the restaurants. We now have well over 60 establishments that sell alcoholic beverages in some fashion or form in the city of Danville. She has guided the city through this transition, like I said, not just the city of Danville, but she's been a resource to other cities that have gone through the same process. And hopefully she'll continue to be a resource through her cell phone for the years to come, for a little while anyway. Her husband Jerry's here. We appreciate you all lending her to us. It's been an honor and a privilege and a joy to work with Bridget these 24 and a half years. There's a lot of knowledge that's getting ready to walk out this door on Friday afternoon. But when she does walk out, we're going to feed her, so hopefully she's about 5 pounds heavier. and that she'll come back and see us again. And I just want to say, Bridget, thank you for all you've done for the city. We appreciate your service and your professionalism. Thank you very much. So I believe Mayor Atkins has a small white bag there. Okay. I think he has some comments as well.
Let's give an opportunity to say a few words to us, and then we're going to do an official acceptance, if that's possible, of your retirement.
Yes. You know I'd have to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Today, I stand here proud, humbled, and emotional all at once. I bid farewell to the U.S. organization that's played such a meaningful role in my life. And I'm saying goodbye to the most supportive and incredible colleagues, as evidenced especially by my challenging last year of caring for my father. Thank you for your prayers, texts, calls, and expressions of sympathy at his passing on the 14th. I wish he could be here, but I know he is watching from heaven. My dad was the oldest boy of 13 children and was pulled out of school in the 7th grade to work on the family farm. He worked hard to provide for us and to make sure we had the opportunity to get our education. You see, everything I learned about hard work, I learned from watching him. And it's his hard work that paved the way for me to get my education and to be here today serving my community. He never took a sick day and always worked hard all his life. It's been an honor and a privilege to have been a part of this organization for the last 25 years with my time. When I first began here, I started at the bottom, yet I was deeply hopeful that I could use my passion and hard work to make a difference. I've had the privilege of serving in many positions over the years and gaining invaluable knowledge along the way. William James once said, "The greatest use of a life is to spend it on something that will outlast it." I feel that we have done excellent work here at the city, and I'm proud of what we have accomplished together. And I want to thank you all for letting me be a part of your team. My gratitude extends beyond words as I'm leaving behind something that's defined me for these years. I will miss all of you tremendously and hope to stay in touch to see how everyone is doing. Thank you all for your encouragement and friendship. I will never forget it. But life goes on, and while I'm grateful for the wonderful memories with all of you, I also look forward to new challenges ahead, getting some much-needed rest, and spending time with my family and my granddaughter, Luna. A.A. Milne said, "How lucky I am to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard." I am one of the luckiest women in the world. So this is not goodbye. This is a thank you for all the memories, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, ma'am. The chair would like to entertain a motion to officially accept the resignation, the retirement of our ABC, our only ABC director. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second.
Carter was hoping nobody would make one, right?
Yeah. No, I know
All
she's
those
earned the right to get out of here.
all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, you don't get a chance to vote on this one. But, Mr. Lister, would you come and join us down front, and along with the rest of the commission, we have a little gift for this young lady. I'm sorry, this grandmother. Call you Granny, yeah, right?
I will proudly hold.
Come on, just 1 year.
1 year old.
First grandchild, right? And it says Pandora on it, so you all know I didn't go pick it up. Let's get this straight real quick, right? Well, congratulations. Brother Rick. At the KLC conference that we had last week, one whole day was entirely dedicated to ABC. And you were sitting there in the audience and you kept putting your head down, and you were like crying. But every time they asked a question that couldn't be answered. Yeah. And then on the final discussion, Q&A session for the day, you were part of the panel. It was sort of like a setup. But I kept telling everybody that we're not going to let it be on that panel because I officially let Sir Henry serve as the president of the state ABC. But we had lots of things going on that day to try to convince him not to let you do that. He didn't. and on behalf of the entire city and our community and the staff and all those who will attend this here tonight, I want to say congratulations to you. And we're not going to miss you, because I know where your grandbaby is. So I know.
Right next door to him.
I'd like to add to the mayor's
Yes, sir.
comment there. She was on the panel last program of the day, at the last comments, and she had a standing ovation. So, well respected across the state.
Oh, my. Miss Bridget, Commissioner Cottle says before you sit down, he'd like to say something.
Oh, you can sit down. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just was gonna, they talked about your good ABC work, outstanding ABC work. And I'll tell you, one of the things that impressed me more than anything is when we had the ice storm and you had to keep track of that FEMA stuff, which is, I don't know who invented that, but it's set up to fail and you wouldn't let us. So that meant, I don't know how much we got reimbursed, but that was,
It was over $500,000, somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000.
that you had to correctly.
Well, that was a team effort. That took all of us. They about killed all of us getting that together.
But I know other communities wish they had had you then as well, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, don't go sit down yet. No. Chief Gray's sitting there behind you. And next on the agenda, this is gonna sound weird, is that the person who's gonna try to fill your position is waiting anxiously. So let's let you and Chief Gray do
Jonathan's
that.
going to do a great job.
Captain Jonathan Mullins will stand up.
So Mayor and Commissioner, I present to you Captain Jonathan Mullins here. He's been a police officer with the city of Danville almost 12 years. He started in August the 11th of 2013? Almost 10 years, my bad. He's a captain with the Danville Police Department. He's one of our firearms instructors. He has been to the Academy of Police Supervision. He has this intermediate officer pin. Before his ascension into the shove my foot in the back, push him into this new ABC role. He was our supervisor on the day shift patrol. As of right now, he's assumed the position of the interim ABC administrator. He's been working with Bridget now 2 months. Not quite 25 years, but I think he will do well. He's a quick young study, and I think he will carry the position on and help the city move forward. And I'll present to you, like I said, Captain Jonathan Mullins as the new ABC administrator for the city of Danville. Anything to say?
The only thing I'll say that wasn't said, so we've heard them talk about the final panel of the day during the ABC Summit. When Bridget said that she was retiring, there was an audible gasp in the room. So we went with our administrative assistant from the police department. I looked at her and I said, Bridget acts like she's not a big deal, but she's kind of a big deal. And then everybody she introduced me to, it was, well, you have some big shoes to fill. So I'm going to do my best. She's been doing her best to train me, so I'm going to do the best I can to take that knowledge and move forward. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Well, before we congratulate you, we've got to entertain a motion to accept that appointment, right?
Sir.
A little story about you is that last Wednesday, You were in the day-long training session along with several of us up here, and we kept putting our heads down and shaking, oh no, you know. But you stuck it out.
Yes, sir.
And then the next day, when I returned to City Hall, first person I saw was you. And we had a nice little conversation. I said, well, you came back to work the next day, so that was a very positive thing in my opinion, because there's a lot of good information that day.
I guess I'm glutton for
Appreciate
punishment.
you. Yes, sir. Okay, let's entertain a motion to accept the recommendation from the chief to appoint Captain Jonathan Mullins as our interim ABC administrator.
He must be insane, but I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other questions or comments on readiness? If not, Chair would call for the question. All those in favor of Captain Jonathan Mullins, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Thank you all. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, as we move along on our agenda, we have a presentation, the Crown Act presentation that's being, I guess, led by Ms. Cheryl Burton. Cheryl, you want to come forward and make the presentation on behalf of the group, or you can all come forward and make your presentation, all right? Ceremony like that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melinda Weathers, Danville native, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for allowing us to be on the agenda today. What I'm passing out to you is just a short document that we'll be reading from today. Certainly, we hope this conversation continues, and that we have further discussions how to move forward with an ordinance for this county. So it's called the Crown Act. Crown is an acronym, and it stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. I want to begin by prefaces by saying this is specific to individuals of African descent, and we'll go through some of the different types of hairstyles, but this is something that's not new. It's something that many other states have adopted, many other cities have adopted, but it is specifically for those of African descent. I want to make that clear distinction. So the Crown Act demands protection against race-based hair discrimination for employment opportunities in the workplace and in K-12 public and charter schools based on hair textures and protective styles, such as, but not limited to, and we are actually displaying some of those styles today, but braids, dreadlocks, twists, bantu knots, afros, weave, and protective hair coverings. Proponents of the Crown Act believe the law will help avoid facially neutral policies that disproportionately affect African-American, Black African-American individuals, and also to address unconscious bias and overt racial discrimination. And so this is an opportunity, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but this is an opportunity for us to think before something happens, to be more proactive than reactive. And so I'll let Cheryl read the rest of this, and then we're available for comments if you have any.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Burton, a Danville native. It says currently there is no state or federal protection against the race-based hair discrimination. We encourage the city to adopt the Crown Act ordinance and be proactive versus reactive in supporting African-American citizens in this community. This is an opportunity to create a welcoming, inclusive environment to live, work, and visit. As the city of First, let's join 4 other counties, which are Lexington, Louisville, Covington, and Frankfort, who have adopted these ordinances to protect African Americans in their community. So let's join 4 other counties in the state to stand against race-based hair discrimination. And we also have the Crown Act website on there. It's by Dove. They've been supporting the Crown Act for some years now. So you can go on there and do some research about the act. So if y'all have any questions.
First of all, thank you, ladies, for bringing it to our attention and for your presentation. And then I'd like to open it up to the commission members, if you all have any comments or questions to these 2 ladies. And the other 4 young ladies today, right? Okay. Any questions or comments?
No, I was going to ask what other cities had done this, but she answered that question. So I was just thinking for sort of a template for an ordinance, where to look, so I didn't know. But
Yeah.
I would.
Frankfurt was the last one that they passed it last year.
Well, Lexington just.
Lexington just passed it,
About a
yeah.
month
About a month or so
Yeah.
ago, yeah. They were the last ones.
And there are some templates, and we're in possession of, I think, 3 out of 4 of those
Okay, great.
ordinances already. Uh-huh. These ladies approached Earl Coffey and I guess sometime in May, and Earl and I had a conversation about it, just one, and we said, well, this is worthy of bringing forward to the commission, and so that's why we're here, so trying to make some progress. Other comments?
Ladies, I like what you're doing. Has there been some evidence of discrimination that brings this up? There has?
Yes, and I encourage you to do a little bit of your own research as well, but I know of, Cheryl knows of personal accounts where comments were made about hair, claiming that it's not professional, certain types of hair, not proper decorum, that type of thing. And so, yes, there's personal accounts of hair discrimination, for sure.
And that's right here in Danville. So,
Yeah. And sometimes it can be unconscious, right? And so that's another element. Sometimes it's overt, but other times it can be unconscious. And the more that we make it aware and the more we talk about it and bring it to the forefront of individuals' mind, we can dispel a lot of this discrimination that may be occurring.
So is there a education component to what you're all going to do, or is that up to all of us to sort of, to do
Well, I
that,
think
or?
the first step, if the city would adopt the ordinance, we work with whoever we need to work with. But yes, we certainly could do an education campaign. We could do infographics on social media, whatever things that we can discuss and come up with. I think that's a great point and a great piece that we certainly can look into.
and there's a movie that you all could watch. It's called, is it Good Hair? Sanaa Lathan's in it. It's called Good Hair, and it's about the black woman's hair. Because our hair is totally different than a white woman's. The things that we have to do to keep up with our hair. You gotta go into the hairdresser once a week or every 2 weeks. So we get protective styles so that we don't have to, do that, because we can't wash and go. Even we wash and go, we still gotta put products on it. Every day it's a lot to maintain. So when someone goes to work with braids and they get, you can't wear that here. Well, why not? That's part of that's part of my identity, my hair.
Yeah.
And I'm going to wear my hair how I want to, but yet a white person can come, or someone else of another race can come in with pink, red, green, or blue hair, or a mohawk but stance punked up, and it's not a problem. But when we do it, it's a problem. So we want to protect our people.
Well, and then they keep saying women, but I also want to call your attention that it's for my brothers, my sons as well. I can remember having my H-Rap Brown afro. I have a mini fro nowadays, but it's been going on for years, and I think it's very important that we address it, and we're trying to address it in a positive way. And so when things are confronted and brought to the surface in Danville, this is the process. Bring it to local government and have a dialogue about it, and that's what these ladies have done, and we'll continue to do our homework. Now, if you all don't have any other comments, I'm going to direct my attention to the city manager and to the city attorney. I think you've gained enough information from our comments that we would like to request a draft ordinance be put together for us.
I have a question.
Oh, yes,
So is
ma'am.
this like a city hall thing, or is this all in
No,
Danville? Is this the
it's every
school
business in Danville.
systems?
Every business in Danville, this ordinance.
Okay,
If would protect businesses that come.
that's, okay.
So say,
okay.
just for instance, I don't know if you had a business, you have a business. So say if you
Yes.
said, Cheryl, you cannot wear your hair like that.
Yes.
I'm gonna slap you with a lawsuit because that's discrimination, because I got protection in this city.
Well, and
And the
I
schools.
related to the FAIR, the Fairness Act. It is just another way to prevent things from happening
Yes.
that mistreat people inappropriately. So,
And this first little paragraph includes
Yeah.
What all it
employment,
entails.
Yeah.
even out to schools, and whatever the draft looks like, of course, we're here to offer comments and feedback. But yes, it would include all the things,
Yeah.
yeah.
it's a good thing. Mr. Dexter, you were going to?
Typically, what we would do in a situation like this where there's a new idea, we would refer it to some appropriate committee, if there was one of the city, to have further public dialogue on it in a committee level. I don't know where that might land here. I don't know if it's maybe concerned citizens. I know that's not a standing committee. Or if there's any, we try to create some type of public forum for dialogue from citizens on these types of things that are outside of our normal paths forward. And it could be this chamber. And if you simply just want to start with a draft and then host maybe a session where it's introduced for public comment, perhaps that's the right way if there's no committee that you think appropriate to kind of further digest the material. But to allow further comment from the public on it when there is a draft or prior to a draft, and we can do it either way that you direct. But that, I think, is the logistical step we take with any new proposed legislation. And so it's either refer it to committee for comment or have perhaps a listening session after a draft is proposed to let it sit for 60 days or something and allow people to read it and come forward with public comment. But we can choose either one of those paths that you'd like to in this instance.
I prefer B, I think.
Yeah, I like
I'd
option two. Not that I have a vote, but
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
option two.
B, being that we have a listening session?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
and we
After
have
the
a
draft.
draft
After
ordinance
the
to
draft.
to look at, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's like enforcement.
So we don't normally take action on these types of things, but I think a motion would be appropriate to direct staff to do just what to take option B. You put option B in your motion and we'll move it forward.
All right.
You try?
I will make a motion that we proceed with option B as presented and made up.
I will second.
Which includes a draft ordinance and a listening session in this chamber for the community.
And to be clear, what that session may entail is in the preparation of that ordinance, what we tend not to do is like to make assumptions. So the part of the listening session may include a list of questions that you will have to answer prior to us just drafting the language. So in the event that we don't feel, if it's beyond a mere X and O in the strategy, how to proceed, we will probably have some certain sections that may, and I've not reviewed it, or any proposals from Lexington or Louisville or Frankfurt or wherever they were from. However, they may just pose some questions to you in certain sections. So it may resemble a working session with public comment to allow further dialogue on kind of narrowing down what that draft will be. I only say that to predicate the fact that you may not have a finely polished document before you ahead of that meeting in the event that we don't want to take certain levity in drafting choices that you should decide.
Yeah, and we'll certainly ask our HR director, Randy Boyd, to participate with us in the development of that. I hope that helps too.
Very good.
And we have samples of
Yeah.
the Lexington, and, or we can get those and
Correct.
maybe go by those.
And we're willing to help in any way. Whatever y'all need us, just keep in contact. Earl, you have my information.
Yeah.
And I can text you Melinda's information so you can copy us together when, give updates on what we need to do.
That'd be fine.
Sounds good?
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on, don't leave. Let us carry that motion, right?
Yeah, I made the motion.
You made,
Other
this-
person-
this- no, she
She
said she had a
seconded.
question. Was there a second on the motion?
Yeah.
Was yours a second?
Okay.
All right. Well, all those in favor of directing staff to do option B, which is a listening session and a draft ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you all. Yeah, thank you,
all.
ladies.
Appreciate it.
And don't leave, we got some other items for you all on the agenda. Don't leave, right? No, I'm just joking. What are you talking about? Okay, now, get back. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Resolution 2023-06-2601, Police Renovation Design Fee. And Josh, you have that one, and the next one as well. Where did you go?
Yes, thank you all. Back in December, you all advised us to move forward with the design of a renovation to the police department. It's been, 13 years now since we moved in this facility. The police department is starting to show some wear and tear. So we brought on Branson Carroll as the architect to meet with the police department to kind of think about ideas of things we could change, along with just aesthetic renovations to the building. So we've been going through that process. Branson Carroll is here to present to you all the conceptual plan that we came up with, working together with the police department. And then they're going to talk a little bit about the cost estimate, and then after that, we'll talk about their design fee to move forward with the design documents. So I'll turn it over to Eric Chambers with Brand Center Carroll.
Thank you, Commission, Mayor, for allowing the opportunity tonight to present to you. My name is Eric Chambers. I'm with Brandstetter Carroll. I'm the public safety architect for our firm. As Josh said, we've been working with the chief and his staff and Josh and his team on how we can move forward within the existing footprint of the police department to expand their facilities to not only enhance them, but also to provide them with ability to have better offices, better opportunities to, as they add staff. And so we looked at their existing departments, spent some time with the chief and his team, talking about their needs, future needs, things to that nature, to get an understanding of what their needs were, and then looked at their existing space within the existing footprint of the building. So what you see here on the screen is essentially, is the existing basement area here. And so what you see in that kind of tan color up there on the screen is the proposed area where we would do some renovations. Primarily what we're doing in the basement level, the training room that's in the basement is increasing the technology, enhancing that so that that could be utilized as an emergency operations center for the police, for the city if need be. There's also some added storage in that room to kind of hide some of the things that that's in that room, like tables and chairs and props and things of that nature that they use during training. So we would enhance that along with new finishes. And then as a couple other areas, capturing some unused space that they have currently to create a better locker room for the officers to provide them with police-style lockers. Currently, they're utilizing some old school lockers, which with the amount of equipment and the things that the police utilize on a daily basis, school-size lockers just is not adequate for storage of those materials, such as their vests, their gun belts, other things like that. So these would be police-style lockers, and it would adequately be able to handle the current force along with some additional for growth. We also have captured some additional space here to provide them with some additional opportunity for a place for their gun prepping and cleaning area. Right now, that's located right outside of the roll call room in the hallway. Not the best place to be doing that, so this would give them an area that their weapons master could have a place to do that and not have to worry about having people walking around right in the vicinity of what's going on. And then just a few other areas, the fitness room, just improving that. Obviously, the equipment and things that are in there could be reutilized, but really it's finishes, adding technology to be able to handle some of the equipment and things like that. So the basement, for the most part, is really reutilizing space that's there or enhancing space that's currently there for the same type of function. It's just bringing it more up to date with police needs and technology that we have, obviously, in 2023. As we move up to the upper level of the main level, again, so we have the existing footprint of police located here. Really what we've done in analyzing this and the need for additional space for officers and detectives, potentially future ABC coordinators, which you all discussed a little bit earlier, and the need for staff in that area over in due time. Really what we realized in the existing floor plan is there was a lot of circulation space that's being utilized just to commute around the building. It's not utilized or functional for their operations. So what we did is just basically reoriented the spaces. Mainly the big change is in the lobby. You know, where the lobby is currently, you come in here, there's a window right here currently. So what we've done is actually flipped, so now the clerk and the ABC coordinator would have windows to address the public when they come in. The chief's office would also have a window to the lobby to be able to see more from a security standpoint. But again, if someone was coming to see the chief, they could check in and then they could be directed back for their meeting. We expanded the lobby a little bit. That conference room that's currently located right here, we just moved over. So we still have that access for them to be able to do meetings and interviews. And then as we reoriented the chief's area, basically the admin has moved over to this location, which gives them adequate staff offices and support space. And then we picked up some additional space for some future clerk or ABC coordinator space, the conference room, an admin office. And then you see kind of coming back, we have the captains and sergeants kind of located back here, and relocated the roll call to this back corner. What that allows us to do is be able to allow the officers to come in, do their roll call, and be able to get out on patrol as quickly as possible. They're not having to transverse the entire department to get to that room. A couple other things we've done is we've enhanced the holding area, so they have a restroom for the in custody or suspects that come in. Right now, they're having to take them and allow them to utilize staff restrooms, which isn't the best condition from a security standpoint. And then again, the detectives located here in the center. This gives them a more adequate location for their offices, more secure. They're all grouped together and have a little bit more space to be able to handle cases, lay evidence out, and be able to deal with those kind of day-to-day functions that they have within a good location in the department. The areas you see in white, the stair, the restrooms, the sally port, and a couple holding areas, those are all remaining as is, other than maybe some finish upgrades that would occur at those locations. So really what we've done is within the existing footprint is really just reorganized the space, which is allowing the chief to have the adequate space he needs to not only put people in adequate space now, but also for future growth as they add officers or detectives, et cetera. So at that, you want me to go ahead and present the cost, Josh, or?
So with the addition of the police department taking on ABC, their offices are moving over to our side of the building there. So that front suite area kind of allows them to join. If somebody comes in for ABC, they can go right into and speak to ABC, and then we still have to the left there the clerk that does what we do now with the records and just regular reports. We still have the initial interview room there. It just moved off to the left a little bit. When we have somebody that comes in right off the street that needs to be out of that lobby area but needs to confide in the officer or something like that, and they don't have to go all the way through the back of the police department or something like that. So we can have those. Like I said, we brought the investigation section up front a little bit more. It allows us, we definitely got to have more detectives as crimes get more complicated. And we've got to grow in investigations. Right now, we have 4 detectives, and one of them's a supervisor. And we need 4 detectives and probably 2 supervisors back there, or maybe 5 and 2. So we've got to grow investigations. As you can see, there's a captain's suite there as well, and that allows us to have those captains. What we foresee down the future is that they're probably going to be doing more administrative tasks. Like you see, Captain Mullins is the new ABC director. And as the department grows and we see some things, we're definitely going to have those captains probably being more administrative, and your sergeants are going to run the day-to-day street functions. So we feel like these changes will let us have communications, better control over staff, better locations with the staff, and it allows us some future growth down the road. And one of the things we've kind of talked about is downstairs in that training room that we have, and he'll talk about this in a few minutes, but the training room, the downstairs part we would try to do first, since we've got to work as we're doing these renovations. So some of those renovations that we're gonna do downstairs in the training room will allow us to have some temporary offices, especially for the detectives. And, myself and Chief Dunn will probably just share a table or something down there. But, we need to make those as like a two-step process. So that's kind of what our vision is, and I think they've done a good job reimagining the space that we have now and trying to put us in a better role for the future.
So, as the chief mentioned, as we discussed this, we were looking, okay, well, police are going to have to continue to operate out of the facility, their day-to-day. It's not feasible to relocate them somewhere else, and with the amount of things that they have to deal with evidence and those type of processes. So one of the discussions we had was phase one would make sense to do the basement level first. That would allow us to get the technology, everything improved, be able to relocate some of the departments down as we do certain renovations on the upper level, and allow them to have a place to operate out of, but still be in the same building, and be able to function adequately. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of discomfort to do that, but that would be the best scenario. And then we could come back and do the phase two would be the upper level at that point, once the basement is done and we have the ability to move people down to operate out of there, out of the lower levels. So presentation-wise, Josh, is the estimate available? Okay. All right, so we took a high-level view of the estimate for the cost to do the project. We broke it up into phases, and this could be broken out, phase one being the basement, phase two being the upper level. And so we've put together a total project cost from a high level. Obviously, we have not done detailed drawings. We have not priced this with a contractor. Basing our experience in public safety and what we're seeing currently in the construction market, what pricing would look like to do something like this. So we've tried to give you an all-inclusive budget for allocation purposes. So construction costs for the basement level, the lower level itself, looking at about a little over $1 million for that. That would include all of your renovation, finishes, fire protection improvements, HVAC, electrical upgrades, technology upgrades, safety and security from, audiovisual, access control, those type of things. And then we've also included some other costs in there, soft cost and owner cost, just for a planning standpoint. So total budget for the basement level would be a little over $1.1 million. And so, again, this is a high-level view, so we're being pretty conservative here. I mean, once we start getting into the details and analyzing systems and how we're going to do the improvements, the goal would be that these, some of these numbers would be able to reduce over time as we continue with the project. And many of the costs are for soft costs and owner costs are estimates at this point for plan review fees, commissioning, those kind of costs. With respect to the upper level, again, very similarly, construction cost is a little over $1.5 million to do that work, including, again, all of the construction renovation, including HVAC. It's assumed right now we're replacing all of the HVAC on the upper level, as well as probably redoing a lot of the electrical service in that area, just because of the relocation of so many of the departments and needs that are there. And then again, with the soft cost and owner cost included, total project cost would be just over $2 million for the total project cost. And I can open it up for questions or comments.
So I wanted to jump in here and say, this is quite a bit higher numbers than we initially kind of talked about when we started discussing this project. And, we were looking at kind of general, paint, floors, those kind of things. We first started talking about it. And also the workout area in the basement and the break room, trying to give the police the kind of common spaces they deserve. But once we dug into this and started talking about PD's future personnel needs and trying to, maximize this building, we're putting as much as we possibly can in this building without, we don't have a space to expand, for one thing, with, we're limited on parking as it is. But, we're talking about new facilities if we don't start making some changes here to maximize the square footage that we have. So I think that's the good way to look at this, is that this sets a PD up for the future for the next 10 to 20 years to have a space to grow into slightly. I mean, it's not even that much extra space, but it's a little bit of extra space. It takes care of the needs they have now. The staff moving over there from the City Hall side with ABC clears up some room on the City Hall side for us to grow a little bit more. So it really sets us up for our long-term future in this facility and just makes the most of it that we can. And like we talked about, we can phase this out in 2 phases. When we get into discussing the fee, we can talk about, that doesn't, we don't have to have that approved tonight by any means. We can you all can think about it more, we can discuss it more and see how we want to proceed with this. But yeah, if y'all have any questions now.
Any questions? Talk about the overall schedule, Josh, for just a minute. How would you, what are the real timeframes for implementation, like you and I talked about?
Yeah, we talked a little bit when Eric was down here last month. We would like to kind of push pretty fast on the basement design and try to get that design. What do you think, Eric? Probably in 6 months, 9 months kind of time frame to get that design completed.
Construction documents probably in 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 to 5 months.
So we would eye a winter start for that project, get it bid out maybe after the holidays, so that they could start in January. And that's probably who knows nowadays.
I'd say probably July completion.
Yeah, if we
started in
materials, if we get everything here, it's probably a 6 to 9 month project. In the meantime, we can be doing further design.
Is that streetscape months or is that regular months?
I was about to throw out a lot longer number than that, just to be, how safe I'm being now.
I appreciate that.
Like I said with the pool that one day, I said 5 years, or Earl said no, 3 years. I'm going to throw, So that gives us a chance to dig into this to the top floor design, because there's a lot more changes. The basement's pretty straightforward. The project down there, we can get that design completed pretty quickly, but we probably need to spend a little more time on the upper level to make sure we have it just right and really put a lot of thought. Earl and I were talking earlier, you design a space, but you don't really know how it's going to function until you use it, and they've spent 14 years using the space. They know it well. They know what works and what doesn't work, and we've got some more fine-tuning I think we can do to get that just right. So that would, if we could get the basement done by July of, that'd be July of 24, that sets us up to maybe start on a first floor project in the fall of 24. So that would be budgeted in next year's budget as well. It'd be budgeted in the FY25 budget process.
I was going to ask, we've had this station for 13 years, and we thought it's what we needed then. So, at some point they become sort of functionally obsolete, I guess. Is 13 years kind of the reasonable, or is
Policing,
it vary? Yes.
I would, obviously, we don't have a crystal ball. What we're seeing in the police, and Tony can probably speak to this better than I can, but in my 20 years of dealing with public safety and policing has changed dramatically over the last 10, 15 years. And so most of the facilities we go into have been there for 25 to 50 years. And, a facility like this was designed in, I guess it was 2006, 2007, something like that. to what they had then and expecting some growth. But obviously, policing's changed dramatically. And so with that being the case, you're seeing a lot of that happen, where some of these facilities that were even done 5 years ago are no longer functional for the police departments because they don't have the room for the number of officers they need and they're having to bring in. So my thought would be, based on this, we're looking at a 15 to 20-year improvement by doing this work.
Okay, okay, that's, thank you.
So there's a couple different things with that too. One, when you're talking about a 20-year life cycle, what we'd like to do is, and Josh had a good description of this once, is the idea is that if you're spending money on the property along the way, then ultimately you're going to get more life out of the property. Sure. Right? And so we got to keep that in context. So the building that's over there now was conceived, Chief Gray, we went to, which was the second point I'd like to make, is we were looking at other police facilities in like in the 2006 era, 2007. So this model that this is really that old. You know, it's 18 years old, really, is the design basis. And so the station that you have, you know, when I look at these two different floor plans, the station that you have over there now is centered around that common pedestrian corridor, and everything kind of focuses around that. But what ends up happening is your patrol officers are running all over the building, and it's kind of, it ultimately became an inefficient thought process for police stations as they go. And so this, when you look at it, just the convenience of a restroom where your holding cells are is an improvement logically. That's an easy thing to point to. But I would like to point out too that one of the stations we went to at the time was Richmond's. And Richmond had just completed the one there on the North End Exchange. It was a one-story brick structure. And I would say that the city manager and the mayor came over and met with the mayor and I a few weeks ago, now a month ago or more. But, you know, they're asking some questions. One of the things they want to do is look at our police station, because they're forced to go ahead and build an entire new station at this point. Is what they're looking at. And so, you know, that life cycle is, you know, aligned with Richmond's also, even though they had a new facility right before us. We got ours right, and we're looking at renovating. I think the idea of using the existing building and just renovating it to the extent you can and continuing to spend money on it along the way ultimately will hopefully prevent that major investment of just everything new, you know, down the road. That's, you know,
we put the basement in.
The basement was
specifically
in.
for
Now you're
growth, so.
when you look at it, you're getting rid of the lab in exchange for officer convenience, and I think that's an advantage. I mean, when you go down there and look and see, you know, they're getting dressed out in the hall, they're changing, you know, that's could be a better environment. This tries to contribute towards that, and so it's an improvement over what was conceived of in 2006 and 2007 probably, and you can see the adjacency. You have the chief over in this layout. You know, there's a lot more privacy in how they are avoiding linking everything off of those common spaces. The roll call room, you know, it's not front and center and everybody can see it whenever they're in there getting ready to go out. You can have other things going on in the building that's not observing that practice or that administrative duty at the time. So this is probably an improved layout for sure, and it aligns with the schedule I know Richmond is dealing with also, and it also is aligning with the philosophy of spending money along the way to prevent some big investment down the road. So there's a lot of advantages to it, and certainly I know you ought to get the benefit of me talking about it much before. Not that you want me to talk about everything, but that'd be my observation from
We're in the
long ago.
process, we're assisting Richmond right now, and that, again, like Earl mentioned, they built their station's not that old. I mean, in a municipal environment, it's not an old building.
Right.
But they just, because of the way policing has changed, they just don't have the room.
I don't know, how's the number of officers changed too, I guess, hasn't it?
So
Since-
we've probably, since we moved over in 10, we've probably added 10 to 12 officers. And we probably need to add 5 or 6 more in, you know, in the next couple of years. So this will definitely put us in position to handle that. And like I said, I really foresee that our captains are going to be more administrative, and your sergeants are going to be running the day-to-day activities. So having a captain suite, then the ABC codes, and actually ABC codes and parking will all be in that ABC area there too. So it's not just going to be ABC there. It's also going to be that codes enforcement part as well up there on that, right behind the lobby there.
Okay, Josh. How do we move this agenda item forward? What do you need from us?
So they have proposed a fee of 8% of the construction costs for design and construction administrative services. That's a very fair percentage. So based on the construction estimates they have now, that would be $84,000 for the basement phase and $142,200 for the upper level phase. So we can proceed with the basement fee only and get that started, or we can go ahead and proceed with the total fee of it would be $216,400 because we're deducting off of that total of $226,200, the $9,800 that we approved to get them started.
Let me jump in there with this too. You're required to have an architect do it. You, as a municipal government, you're not allowed to just wing it per se.
Sure.
And you're required to have, and when I say that, like people attack the use of consultants relentlessly, and that's an educated position, frankly. And it lacks the understanding of what your municipal obligation is, correct? And so you're required to have an architect participate with you. You're required to do the HVAC evaluation. You're required to do the energy efficiency evaluation. And those things they have to be done by a third party, right? So just bear that in mind, that while, yes, that is a number, it is part of the project cost, and you're required to do a big chunk of that, no matter what you do.
Yeah, so the question is, we approved the 84,000 for the basement, or the 122 plus for the?
$216,400 would be the total fee increase if we want to do the fee for the entire project tonight.
Is there an advantage for doing it that way, Josh, in your mind, or does it matter really?
It doesn't really matter. I think we would probably get started on the basis first, but there are some efficiency. If we do the whole thing now, they're going to come down and they're going to start doing more intense, site surveys, and if they can do all of it at once.
We know it's going to be a phased project, so, if we could do the design work and the documents for a two-phased process. And there's, the efficiencies on our side are definitely there.
Right.
We can discuss as we move forward how we handle that with the contractor, to see if there's advantages or efficiencies by how we bid that out. Do we bid it out as phase one and then come back and bid phase two? Do we bid it as one, knowing that phase two may not happen for whatever that time period is, 6 months, 8 months, whatever. So there's advantages both ways, but for us, there isn't. We could design, we can design it for a phase one, phase two approach. Everything's done and ready to go, and it's just a matter of, hey, we've allocated the money in this fiscal year, let's go ahead and bid it and get it moving, and you don't have to wait.
Right.
Okay, so, commissioners, what's your pleasure?
I have one more quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So if we did 1 and 2 together, give you a better idea, and you mentioned HVAC, it seems like we just had that done in the City Hall not so long ago, so it may come to that we don't have to change HVAC
Oh, absolutely.
if you look at the whole project,
Right.
okay?
Yeah. Once we bring our engineers in, and again, these numbers, I'm making assumptions at a high level right now. So we get in there and find out that we can reuse the ductwork, reuse the units, and if the units are new, we're just relocating ducts and reorganizing them. That's completely different than replacing the whole system. So those are things we'll figure out as we go through the process.
That was my question is, first, Tony, you're not increasing your footprint, right?
No.
But you feel that you'll have enough space, even though you're increasing officers and taking on additional staff, you think this will still be big enough?
I think this definitely will put us again for another around 15 years. We're not going to add as much staff as we've added in this first renovation.
yeah.
You know. But looking forward, I think it puts us in the best spot for about 15 years worth of policing, but things change.
And you're making better use of space that you already have. You're realigning things, I think.
I definitely think, that as you see, the investigation suite is a little bit bigger than what it was. Roll call does, we shrunk it a little bit. That doesn't need to be as big as it has been. I think as we make the technological upgrades, that does a lot, where we can shrink space, A lot of what policing is going to is technology. It's tasers, cameras, all those things are smaller, but we do need, the officers have 2 different vests they wear now, so we need those bigger lockers, and things like that. We have 2 different belts that we wear for, 2 different types of uniforms and different things like that, so that's why we really need the locker room space.
So we were, when we started talking about it, I know Chief and I, as we were finishing the fire station last year, and Josh, we looked at it, we knew intuitively that you can obviously go downstairs and see some of the wear and tear upstairs too on the police department. We've tried to paint it before. And so we know that improvements, it's time to do some improvements. It's 15 years, plus or minus. And so we know we need to make sure it's current and maintained correctly. The flooring, for example, has got serious wear in it. And so the initial discussion was, what can we do to make, if you're going to spend money and replace the flooring, if you're going to do that, what can you do to the flooring, or what can you do to the space to make it more modern, to make it more convenient, to make it more efficient, to make it last longer than just replacing a tile? And so then the result of that exercise and that evaluation staff contacted the architect, met with them, walked them through the building, they went back and forth. I think you even looked at the ideas of some other stations too, that there was some exposure to. And then, so this project, if you will, is the result of that effort, right? And so now staff is presenting this to you with the idea of, how do you all view it? Do you all agree with the assessment created by our experts, our internal staff, our police chief? This is kind of where they landed in going through that process. And so now they're asking you, and I tend to agree with them that probably if you're asking what my specific recommendation is, I'd proceed with the work of the consultant, because it's a design build as close as you can get, really, because you want your architect involved to look for the efficiencies in the mechanical systems in the building. Don't just design the basement and then renovate the basement. So you want it designed at the same time. So I'd recommend probably going with both of them if you're, but this is really the project that kind of boiled out of that process. And so then the question is, do you all want to wait a couple weeks, think about it, maybe go through the police station if you want to go through the station and get your feet wet, look around the building a little bit, you're welcome to do that. If you want to decide tonight to just let us proceed, then authorize the full agreement, and staff will set towards that direction and come back with additional decisions in the future, additional layouts in the future. There'll be a lot of other decisions between now and spending the money, like always. And so that's kind of where you're at. If it's as simple as, if you all want to wait 2 weeks, you can wait 2 weeks. If you want to take the discussion and just say, yeah, we know that you're going to have to make a decision on the HVAC down the road, and that will boil out of this design process. So whatever y'all want to do, we can do. This is the work that was identified by staff after going through the process.
And I think another thing that would help us, if we're presenting a project, it's about $2.5 to $3 million total cost. And if you all look at it and say, you know what, because that's what we've, we drew up this design kind of not thinking about costs, right? We drew up, this is what we'd like to see, and then apply the cost to it afterwards. If you all look at this and you say, let's try to get this under 2. If we can talk about that more as we go through the design process. We don't have to decide that now. We can kind of talk to Lee. We haven't talked to Lee about this project from a budget standpoint. So we can kind of move down that road and set a target for us, especially once we start looking at the HVAC and those kind of items. We can try to make some decisions that brings that cost down as much as we can, so we can have a target. That's one of the things we've struggled a little bit on some of these other projects, is like setting a target and trying to giving our architect a real hard line to say, hey, we need to try to get this under this amount. It's been difficult with the bidding environment because costs are just crazy. And so, but here we're seeing a project that, okay, 2.5, 3 million for this. Maybe we try to get it a little bit lower if we make some small tweaks. But this is the initial kind of target that we're looking at.
Okay, so the chair would like to entertain a motion for $84,216 for our, I guess, Kevin's C option to D, do none of the above. But let's move this item. We're on item number 4, and I still got 51 more items to go. So
Well,
let's,
I think I'm comfortable with making a motion now, but I don't want to do that if there's other people that want to see the police station that hadn't been there. I've been there a lot because I have to bail my granny out of jail every now and then, so.
Tony did a great job giving a tour, and each room we saw what needed done. So I'm very supportive of this project.
I'm going to make a motion for the $216,000 for the upper and lower levels.
I'm in agreement by seconding that.
It sounds like it's more cost efficient just to do it all at once, and we can find cost savings, so I agree too.
thank you for your motion and your second. Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of passing this resolution 62601, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels, or you're welcome to stay for the rest of these 51 items, okay? The next item, Josh, is yours. It's the Jenny Rogers Energy Savings Contract.
Yes, thank you all. We're bringing back this item. It's for an agreement with Train to do a energy savings project on Jenny Rogers, primarily with HVAC and lighting. It's in the amount of $709,500. We got Train folks here tonight, Anthony Wright, Amanda Gardner. I think the two things that I wanted them to kind of talk to you all about are their process for pricing this, kind of the bidding process that they do, and also them to describe more thoroughly the energy savings that we'll realize from this project. So I'm going to go ahead and let you all go up to the podium. I think you all have probably met them before in the past when they've been here doing some projects.
May I ask a Josh question real quick? So I thought we were supposed to bid and not Train. So I'm just confused. I thought the city bid like lights.
Yeah,
and
this is
HVAC.
this is through a government price. I'll let Anthony probably would be better at explaining this than I would be. He's got some more
Okay,
experience.
I just want to
with
make
this.
sure we
Yeah.
have seen bids because
Right.
I didn't see bids. Okay.
Well, good evening.
Is it evening?
It is evening, I think, although it's still sunny outside.
Okay.
But
It's
not
good-
much longer, Mr. Wright, depending on this presentation.
Well, we're glad to be before you again. And as you all know, I've been working with and for and serving this city for over 20 years. And some of the individuals who are here around the Horseshoe were able to come with us when we took you on a field trip to Fort Knox. And he really gave you a perspective of what we can do in driving energy savings on projects and reducing their entire energy consumption by 50%. So in this project, we looked at this as being a energy savings project for a couple of different reasons. One, we knew that there would be some, right? Typically, when we renovate buildings, that we find that there are opportunities with inefficient equipment, and this building certainly had some. But also to be able to provide you some flexibility and some options on paying for the project. Because it's an energy savings project, we've got financial advisors who typically buy these under bonds, and we sell bonds, and it gives you an opportunity to pay it back over time rather than trying to get the hit all at once. So it gave Josh a little bit of an option there so he can go either way. But the other thing is we've been partners now since 2019. And well, 17 is when it was signed, you're right, but done in 19. So we have been partners for quite a bit of time, and we want to continue to be your partners. And this partnership has always been more than just a project. It's more about how do we work together to drive energy efficiency, performance, and meet guarantees in the building performance. And so using that procurement model and approach also provides some other opportunities, like we guarantee no change orders. I think the last time this was on the agenda, you all had to deal with some very large change orders. This price is now fixed, and it has been fixed for quite some time. Amanda's time is applied as a project manager. So essentially, she's not getting paid for this now. She's just continued to come because we care about doing this right. When we do these types of projects where you've got folks in the bid environment versus us as a general contractor, kind of the design build approach, it's always better when we work in concert with the design professionals as well as the contractors to make sure that this goes very smoothly. So we do, in these projects, serve as a general contractor. And so we bid the work that goes on. So it's not just a piece of equipment, it's the installation, the materials, it's all the other work that goes with it. I mean, the piping, the ductwork, all of that is part of that process. And we bid mechanical and electrical. And I think just as Josh has seen, unfortunately, as we have seen, since the pandemic, the pricing has just been very, very high. And we're not coming at you trying to give you high numbers because we're going to make more money. That's certainly not the case. It's just the condition of the market and where we are. So we do bid contractors as suppliers and those who supply work. And we don't always necessarily choose the cheapest, but we use the one that's the best. In our work, we're not doing a project and walking away from you. We're going to stay with you for the next 20 years. So it's to our best benefit to make sure that the work is done right, not so much that it's just done cheap, okay? As far as the energy savings component of this, it's a little bit of a challenge because the building was not in full operation, right, that we looked at before we estimated some energy savings. But we looked at the equipment, what would be going in, what was there, the efficiency of the new equipment, square footage, hours of operation, and we made estimates. We performed estimates on what the energy savings would be with this system versus the new system with the new equipment. Some of the new equipment was necessary from a code standpoint. We needed outside air to come in this building, particularly if it's in a children environment. That was not there. And so we had to make sure we did that. We're also replacing, for example, a piece of HVAC equipment on the roof, but that requires more than just somebody designing it. It requires a crane to pull the old piece off and put the new one on. So all of that costs money. All of that is a little more expensive these days. But I think because we're not running away, we're not looking to get away on this thing, we're working with you as partners, we're going to continue to make sure that it's done right going forward. Now, that was an interesting discussion, and Rick, you brought it up, right? So this building was in the performance contract that we did. And not all the pieces of equipment over there were replaced as HVAC. But what that tells me is I need to work with them. And we do that. Typically, we'll work with design professionals, particularly when you have a project whose life goes 20 years. Somewhere along the line, you're going to have to do some different work. And so as long as we can work together on it and make sure it doesn't violate the guarantee, then we'll be in good shape. But we will work with them on that.
Okay. Other questions?
So you mentioned bonding it, and this would be one of those situations where the savings would pay for the bond payment? Is that like we're doing now, I guess?
Yes, you would have savings that would go toward it. I will say this project is not 100% paid for from savings. I do want to be clear about that.
Mm-hmm.
I do think you all opted out of a financing situation based on
Where your financials are, and that's fine, yeah. We just gave you the option.
Right.
Right,
Yeah, I was
so
just
it's still
curious.
there.
Yeah. Okay.
A question I had at the last meeting. I'm not an HVAC person or an engineer, but when you're given a cost for a portion of the building, I had asked Josh for a cost, what's the total for the building? You put this in this year, and in 4 years or 2 years, you put the other part. So they're this one's getting old, and then you put a new one in? Or do they work together, or, I guess,
Josh and I talked about this a little bit more in depth last week, and that buildings are systems, and you have to think about systems, you know that. If your cooling tower stops working, so does all the units. So you have the same situation there, where you have two makeup air units, one for the wing that they're renovating now, and another one for the rest of the building. So if you do want to start using that building in pieces as you renovate, then considering to do some of the work on the additional part of the building that's not under renovation right now would probably be wise, just from a system standpoint.
from a cost, wouldn't it be,
Sure.
seems to be, it
I mean-
would be less, because like
We'll-
Josh's estimate for the entire building seemed to be close to what we're paying, in his mind, I guess, or in his work, not in his mind. But anyway, but when I talked to him, the cost wasn't double this. so.
You're right. Material costs has continued to go up, and we're not immune to that, right? We're part of that as well. One of the reasons why we did do the advanced, purchase on the equipment was to try to make a timeline so we wouldn't be in the way of the other contractors. Again, this is a coordinated effort on how we do this, so it all works by the time we're ready to get kids in the fall. But the other thing is, because prices are continuing to go up, and so securing that equipment then, there are other price increases that have not happened as a result of it.
So if you're going to piecemeal one, though, I would say, since we talked earlier, this is a good one to piecemeal, and here's why. Because you are actively discussing how to deal with the rest of that building related to Parks and Recreation. So it may be that you have additional square footage on that side of the building that you'll need to cool or heat, condition. And so if you do that, then sizing it now for what you can see is probably not the best. So doing the one wing now, how big that's going to be. And so then on the other side, if you do the pool investment on that side where the gymnasium is, then you would need to appropriately design the HVAC system for that side of the building for what you're building it out to become.
Right.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of a nuance to that we didn't talk about before, that I do like the idea, having thought about it this afternoon since we talked, was breaking it out into two does make a little bit of sense that we didn't really, I hadn't had time to get into it before. That does make a little bit of sense for that purpose. So it gives you flexibility on the second half. that you wouldn't
Parks
have.
and Rec is using it now in the
Correct.
fall. They use it
Right.
for basketball and cheerleading and all other things. And the heat and air in the hallways doesn't work, or the heat doesn't work.
good, correct, yeah.
So,
Yeah, if you don't know the future use of that building, then I'm definitely in agreement
Yeah.
with waiting. Now, your gym, you should be good in there for cheerleading.
in the
That's a
hallways,
separate unit.
hallways, yeah, the hallways.
She's concerned about the
See what we
hallway.
can do about heat for Donna.
No, it's,
Yeah, Donna's office is always just a tick warmer
it's
than everybody
always
else's.
cold. This
okay?
building's still cold. But,
She swears that heat don't work, don't you? Swears it don't work.
Other questions or comments for these two presenters?
Yeah, we're talking East Wing and certainly just brought up gym and possibly cafeteria, which is currently being utilized. Have you done any evaluation there?
So, in the gym, the unit is older. As far as I know, it's functioning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They must have had a power outage or something.
Yeah, it's a little warm in there right now. We're trying to figure out what's going on there, but before last week, it was
We
good.
do not touch that. That's a separate unit. That's not running on the rest of the system. That's self-contained. And the cafeteria is the same way. You've got two older split systems serving the cafeteria. And then you've got heating on the wall units in there, in the room itself. So, the wall units probably, those heating on the wall units have a very long life. I don't foresee any issue with those anytime, not very efficient, but it's, those, as of today, those spaces are fine. So, yeah.
Can you get Donna a train sweatshirt or something?
I'd be happy to.
They will operate till you fully resolve what to do with the pool or whether or not you're going to expand the building. And I think that's the key. And then they're modular, and so you can replace those individual units and you can separate the building out in two pieces, which is the way it kind of is set up now. And so I don't know that you're going to gain a financial position by making it one master system. Right? I don't think you're going to do that. I don't think you'll see
So you're
that.
saying the south wing is modular?
The way it is now is probably with the idea that you're going to expand the pool. If you put a pool location there, right, it's going to be on the cafeteria side. And so when you do that, then you're going to replace that unit anyway to accommodate that expansion. See what I mean?
Yeah.
I hope
Okay.
that makes sense.
And it's ideal, really, because of the way you're using it, that your gym and cafeteria be separate from the rest of the building, because they're seeing a lot more use. So, I mean, you can schedule the rest of the building off and use that gym into the night while you're not using energy in the rest of that building. So keeping those separate systems is, I think, the best solution.
Yeah. If you were to build a brand-new elementary school like Jenny Rogers, you'd still have several sections of heating and cooling. You wouldn't put just one unit, because first of all, it'd be so expensive, and then if it went down, everything's down, so.
Well, you're gonna have different,
Yeah.
you've got
Yeah.
different sides of the building. and
Yes,
different loads
yes,
based on something.
yes.
So you've got to think, while everything is a system, you've got specific things that need to be.
Sections,
moved
yeah.
to a certain-
Okay.
We know this from this building, just the way it's on.
Yeah. Okay, other questions, comments? If not, I'm going to call for a question.
Well, I'll be really quick. So this is the higher rated, like, exchanges, like the MERV 11s, the what Danville school system put in to prevent COVID and viruses. Is that what's going to be in the childcare area?
I think it's a MERV 13.
Ooh,
But,
okay, okay.
Yeah, we look at
Thank you.
IEQ of buildings now.
Yeah.
Which, again, this is post-pandemic, and how we make sure that there's certain units in there that will address cleaning up a building as well. So we can certainly look at that for that. I'm not sure if we have that as or not. I can't remember. We did the IEQ look.
I know there's no use in existing thing, but that's part of that makeup area unit change.
Yeah,
Your makeup area unit just doesn't.
having the
And that's
fresh
something
air
you have to have.
is very important.
Right.
Air changes.
Is there a motion to be had at this time? Is there a motion needed? This was tabled last time, right? So the chair is open for the possibility of a motion, take it off the table.
I'm going to move for approval of Resolution 2023-06-2601.
No?
No, 02, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll do, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Steve, does that automatically get it off the table?
It is. We just simply tabled it last time. It has a new resolution number, so we don't need to bring it off the table. We
Good,
just
okay.
simply added it as new business.
Thank you, sir. Been properly moved in second. Any other question or any other in readiness? If not, Chair would call for a motion for approval of 62602, the Jenny Rogers Energy Saving Contract. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you all. Well, okay, let me do this. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. Let you all off the hook.
Always a pleasure.
Let you off the hook, all right? I'm gonna take another privilege, and that is to move item number 16, because we have some young citizens waiting for us to deal with item number 16, the Meadow Lane Cemetery deed approval. They've been waiting for this, not just tonight, but probably for a whole year. So let's move Resolution 2023-06-2608 for Meadow Lane Cemetery deed approval as the next item, and I'll let Ashley and our city
I'm happy to
attorney-
take that one, Mayor.
All right, Mr.
A
Dexter.
couple of years ago, the commission passed a measure to assume maintenance of Meadow Lane Cemetery. At that time, we started to conduct some research of the title and its ownership. The commission explored ownership, and while it's not perfect, what you have in front of you, I will mention, is a potential deed, and it's a quitclaim deed. It's not a warranty deed, in that ownership can't be proven. Essentially, the oldest documents regarding this property go back to 1872. And from that point forward, owners conveyed property off of the larger parent tract, but accepted this half-acre roughly tract of burial ground, as it was referred to in those deeds. It's been accepted out throughout the chain of title that whole time. So technically, title rests with the heirs of the individual owners from 1872, which are obviously will be difficult to locate or to name. So what we have before you is the best and easiest way to fix it, at least allows the city to have a deed. And it is a deed from the Central Kentucky African American Cemetery Association, who doesn't own it, but has been maintaining it.
Yes.
And so we are claiming by adverse possession, due to that care, maintenance, fencing, open and notorious use as a burial ground for that time. And they're based upon their predecessors in interest and theirs, conveying any right that they may have to the city of Danville. And I'm adding that the consideration for the conveyance is the city's desire to maintain and care for the cemetery and to preserve the history of same for future generations and the benefit of the citizens of Danville. That's the best we can do at this point. After research, the only other thing you could do to be 100% certain is we could file what's called a quiet title action. And that is to say that notice would be published in the paper, and if any heirs, known or unknown, or any interested parties had a right, they would come forth in that lawsuit and produce an interest. And barring none, then the city could get a deed from the Master Commissioner of Bull County for the property. I would say that the city's in a better position to do that by virtue of signing this quitclaim deed that's in front of you, because at least you have some legal standing to do so. Or you could merely accept the quitclaim deed, continue to care and maintain it, and then if another interested party did come forward at some point in time, you could file the quiet title action then. I will leave that to you. If you were going to say what is the safest thing to do, it would be to file a quiet title action. If this was your house, that's what you would do. So if that leads you to your decision, then so be it. And I'm happy to do that if that's what we need to do. But I think your first step tonight would be accept the quitclaim deed or approve it, and then we can continue to have discussions if you want me to file that quiet title action to remove any possible threats of ownership, then we could do that.
Well, I think what we do tonight is accept it and sign it and begin or continue to maintain it because it's been abandoned for, 50 years or whatever. Wow. I've sort of been in Danville almost 50 years now. And when I first got introduced to it, it was like, it's a cemetery. Well, anyway, I say we do that. I think the church should entertain a motion to accept what you have done for us tonight, and I will be more than willing to sign and move forward with the maintenance of this cemetery. As lots of people's ancestors are buried there, some dating back to slavery and some served in the Civil War and all kinds of interesting people. So Chair would like to entertain a motion to take this and move this forward.
So moved.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, for you folks that were waiting, this is
Yes.
Meadow Lane Cemetery.
Yes, yes.
Well,
And let's congratulate the Central Kentucky Cemetery Committee and the Danville Bull County African American Historical Society for their diligence and their patience in getting this under the care of the city.
Would we have to add a statement for?
If you want me to proceed with removing the cloud on the title, I would add that in addition to that resolution, that you authorize the filing of a quiet title action.
Okay.
Which is to publish it and then see what happens.
That's right. That's the formal proceeding in
Okay.
circuit court.
Okay, can I add that to the
You
motion?
sure may.
Friendly
The
amendment.
quiet
Okay.
title action?
Good.
Okay.
Okay,
And I'll second.
good.
Thank you.
I'm excited about this, and I almost want to ask for a roll call vote, but I think it's going to be unanimous anyway. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you all. And again, thank you guys for your diligence and for your hard work on getting this done.
A lot of volunteers, a lot of
Oh,
students and
yes.
citizens, and
Yes.
thank you guys.
Yes.
Big group effort.
And Mayor, Mr. Hunn in previous meetings has said that he wanted to be the one to sign the deed. I don't know if that is, in fact, if he's still an officer of that organization or not, but I've left it just to be signed by an authorized officer or agent, and of course you, sir. So we can have you sign that tonight, and we can proceed. But I didn't want to assume who was going to be signing that on behalf of the organization.
Let them fight that battle.
What I would prefer to do is that there be a resolution from that organization at one of their meetings that specifically authorizes the sale or the conveyance, and also who authorizing some person to sign on behalf of the company. And we'll keep that with the city's permanent records.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Tell your organizations that we said thanks to both of the organizations. Okay, thank you all for letting me move that up into the agenda, because I saw all three of them back there nodding like I'm up here nodding, so it's time to get them on there. Okay, we have a lot of items left tonight. We'll go through some of these rather quickly. So we'll see what happens. Next item is approval of the minutes of the previous meetings. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. And it was Earl, just with the change on June 12th, was Earl, he wasn't here, right?
No, he
Okay.
wasn't. I'll remove that.
So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of 6:12 and 6:23.
Second.
And with that one correction, okay. Thank you all. All those in favor of approving those two sets of minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Those opposed? Thank you. Item number 7. Ordinance number 2016, first reading. Madam Clerk, would you read the first reading for us, please, ma'am?
This is the first reading of ordinance number 2016, an ordinance changing the zone from IBD, Industrial Business Development, to LI, Light Industrial, for approximately 2.420 acres, more or less, of real property located at 60 West Ridge Drive in the city of Danville, Kentucky.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair will entertain a motion to approve ordinance 216.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seeing no, or hearing no unreadiness, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Caudle?
Yes.
Commissioner Peak?
Yes.
Mayor Atkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland?
Yes.
Commissioner Saris?
Yes.
Thank you all. Next one is ordinance 217, first reading. Madam Clerk, would you read that one for me, please?
This is the first reading of ordinance number 2017, an ordinance changing the zone from RM2, two-family residential, to R1C, single-family residential, for approximately 12.006 acres, more or less, of real property located at 0 Boffman Avenue in the city of Danville, Kentucky.
Thank you, ma'am.
I move for approval of the first reading of ordinance 2017.
Second.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Roll call vote again, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Peak?
Yes.
Mayor Atkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland?
Yes.
Commissioner Saris?
Yes.
Commissioner Caudle?
Yes.
Ordinance 218, first reading. Madam Clerk?
This is the first reading of ordinance number 2018, an ordinance changing the zone from IBD, Industrial Business Development, to CB, Central Business, for approximately 0.23 acres, more or less, of real property located at 496 and 498 Delahaye Street in the city of Danville, Kentucky.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a motion?
I move to accept ordinance number 2018.
Second.
Thank you all. Roll call again, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Atkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland?
Yes.
Commissioner Saris?
Yes.
Commissioner Caudle?
Yes.
Commissioner Peak?
Yes.
Excuse me. You see how quickly those went? I don't have to call your name, do I? Let's go. Next item is the Board County Health Department contract approval.
All right, thank you, Mayor. In front of you, you have the fiscal year '24 contract with the Boyle County Health Department. This is basically a continuation of our previous year's contracts. Boyle County Health Department provides services for us for biometric screenings, hepatitis A and B shots, as well as administration of our flu shots annually. Estimated cost of the contract renewal is $5,400, which was allocated through proposed budget funds through the fiscal year '24 operating budget. The only change on there is I think their Hep A fees have gone from $50 to $68 per dose, which are critical tests that are required for fire personnel and water utilities. So staff's just recommending continuing renewal of that contract.
Did you say $5,400?
Yes, sir.
Wow, okay. I don't know why I had on my brain $54,000.
Oh, no.
That's a lot better.
I hope not.
It hadn't changed much since Ms. Peak negotiated that about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, okay.
And this is my fourth year on the contract, and this is the first rate
Wow, where'd I
increase
get
we've
that
had
number from? Okay, well-
since I've been here. So, yeah.
Donna did it back when they used to leach it.
Yep.
Leaching every 6 months.
Chair would entertain a
There
motion
you go.
for Resolution 62603, the Health Department contract.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor of this resolution say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Mr. Board, you got the next one as well?
All right, thank you, Mayor. So in front of you, you have our fiscal year '24 authorized position list proposal. This is and we've talked about this through the budgeting process quite a bit as far as the staffing allocation. This is simply sheer numbers of the allocated positions by job class, not necessarily tied to budgeted dollars for payroll. There's quite a few changes in here. I've underlined these changes, but I'll just want to summarize this for you. If you have any detailed, specific questions, I'll be happy to answer those. Essentially, fiscal year '23, we had 173 authorized positions. For fiscal year '24, it would be 175 positions. We were adding 4 positions, but we're also eliminating 2 positions through the budget process. And then also, we would have 2 classification changes and also 3 job title changes, which again, those have all been discussed through the ongoing compensation and budget process over the last couple of months. And so that is what we're proposing for this year.
So is there a motion to approve the staffing positions list?
I'll move to approve Resolution 202306-2604.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor of this resolution passing, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, Mr. Board.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So next item on the list here is our compensation and classification plan for fiscal year '24. There is quite a few changes on here, and I think I just want to emphasize that each year when we go through a market study adjustment, the compensation plan has to be looked at. The scales that are provided to you in the proposal are based on the compensation ranges that have been established for each job class after implementing a portion of the study, along with the proposed personnel budget. Essentially, in summary here, we have in this proposal, you will have 17 grade classifications for your non-hazardous tiers. You'll have 9 grade classifications for utilities. Police and fire will remain with 7 grades. Communications with 4 grades. Parks and recreation will remain with 7 grades. Just a couple of things here that I'd like to point out that is part of the objectives we've talked about since we implemented the compensation project or started it back in 2021 is that this plan gets us closer to our objective of having a $30,000 minimum on all of our job classes, gets us closer to the competitive market range. And again, these ranges are built around the overall study that we had Hannah Resource complete for us this year that we presented back in April. And salaries for employees were proposed based on keeping them within these grade classifications, which is, just want to emphasize that whenever we establish a compensation plan, we also have to ensure that all salary ranges are kept within that grade scale as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any questions on this? Any questions?
I didn't know if we wanted to talk about this more in closed session, but I had questions about a lot of my constituents definitely wanted us to, support the police more and the fire, 911. And I didn't understand how so many office jobs were grouped higher than fire chief and the same as police chief. And all those office jobs were like an NH-15. So I didn't know if the other commissioners wanted to talk about that in private, but that kind of struck me a little wrong, but that was the only thing.
Just for the record, those matters would be require public conversations and wouldn't be authorized pursuant to closed executive sessions. So if you want, in the event you want to have them, this is the forum.
Okay. Well, like in 22, you know, you had HR director and then IT and then finance and clerk and then community liaison and codes. And then in 2023, everybody, HR director, IT director, finance director, and clerk are all put in NH-15. I thought that was kind of high just for a few of them.
You're referring to the city clerk though, right?
Right, right.
Oh, okay, don't say, okay, you said
Right.
clerk, okay, all right.
Well,
Because that put them all, well, before it was like boom, 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 and now it's like everybody is up at that level. And like I said, I was surprised it was above fire chief and right at police chief as well.
So I'm a little bit confused. When I look at the NH-15, the minimum is 71,180. When you look at the police chief, it's 71,634. And you look at the fire chief, it's 7,555. And so all of those essentially are the same grade. If you look at the job categories that are in each one, your management team structure, so you have really 8 or 9 core management team members. That is essentially equating those positions on the same grade, on the same as peers in the organizational chart, which is confirming the organizational chart that was presented during the budget process. The community liaison is not a management team member. That is a support staff for really the city manager's office and the administrative side for business development purposes and things along those lines. I hope that clarifies that a little bit because that's.
Yeah, it just, I was surprised.
Eric, would you
Right.
identify those folks on that top level there?
Right, and
The new
so
organization
your
chart?
core management team is your utility director, your city engineer, your police chief, your fire chief. So each one of those department heads supervise approximately 40 employees or less, somewhere in that range. The city clerk is constitutionally, it's a designated by state law. The HR director then is a peer to both, and a support function to those other department heads. Same thing for the finance director who handles the city's audit and the money and all those things. So you really have those key positions. The IT director is on that same stratosphere still and should be. But the community liaison is a separate position, not as a management team member per se. They don't supervise. So the idea of your structure is to create, that according to the market, what the market says those positions need to be graded at on that peer-to-peer relationship amongst those. So I don't know, there's not an office jobs loosely described thrown up to the equivalent to the police chief. You have your city clerk, which has a pretty substantial role. Most communities, your city clerk is your second ranking official in your community. And so it's just a matter of, I don't know. I think the way this is presented could be a little bit confusing too.
Well, and I would agree, I mean, the fire chief is lower, the starting is lower. It's 70.
So the number is not arbitrary. It's strictly based on what the market said that position needs to be. But what we found it is satisfactory in that they're essentially all the same. They're within a couple of $100 of each other across the board as it played out. And so I found that, complementary to what the organizational chart looked like.
So you feel HR and city clerk are 71,000 to 103,000? Even starting out, first day, no experience, and then
I think
middle's 87 and high's 103?
I
It
think-
just seemed like a lot.
Yeah,
seems high.
I don't think you're not talking about hiring necessarily an inexperienced city clerk. I mean, if you were to advertise it in the market, our city clerk certainly isn't new. She's been here several years and has experience in that position. But what's important to understand is that the city clerk position in our community was automatically devalued historically to make it more of an administrative job. And that's really not consistent with what others do across the state. And certainly, if you were to rehire that position, of what you're looking for in that position, it's the standard we want to hold Ms. Rader to. And so that's what I didn't certainly, and I know Randy didn't go out and say, well, this looks like what it needs to be. We allowed the consultant to look at the market, look at KLC's wage and salary survey, look at SHRM, look at the sources of salaries being paid to city clerks in our state. And these are the numbers that bullet out of that. And so it's not that how I value it. I'm not going to deflate it just because it feels high. If that's what the market says that position needs to be, then I'm going to advocate for that. And I think that's reflective in what's being presented.
I think what else Commissioner Hollins may be trying to convey is that those salary positions at that rate are held to a different standard, and the community accepts that, or expects that.
Expects that, I think, is the correct thing. And we have to do a good job setting high expectations, and we, for example, we want to have staff seek continuing education. That is happening. We want staff to seek continued training. That is happening. We want staff to be leaders when they go to the service organizations that they are in. I know that, the Kentucky American Water Association, I know that Marshall's actively someone that people calls for advice now. And I think that's the same standard you saw with Ms. Lester with ABC. I think that's the same standard that Ms. Rader is setting with the City Clerk Association, Chief Gray setting with Police Association. We want to be leaders in our field, in our state, and I think that's the goal we have, and I think that's what we're going to push staff to become.
It's good to have goals. It's also good to move up a little bit, too. I always like to start people down a little bit and earn. That's just more my style, but that's where I am. I think some of those should be like a 14.
Right.
But
Well, I have a question too, and this is just because I'm seeing it the first year versus last
Yep.
year.
Right.
I'm going from past, which may be wrong, incorrect. The NH in 2022, it's like NH 1 through 22. There's 22. And people were at different, like, say your engineer was a 21. This year, there's only 17. But nothing's marked through, you've not taken things away and added to, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't do that anymore. And
You're talking about strike-throughs?
Right, and then
I think this is not an ordinance. So if it were an ordinance, we would show clean strike-throughs and show what is revised. I think what is presented to you today, and possibly I think confusion is a result of presentation, not in the numbers, because these were just added, like this is what is proposed and this is what you had currently. And so they're asking you to marry them together. There's been no marrying document.
Oh.
So what you would see if
Is
this
a
were an
marrying
ordinance format that you see from me is that those documents are merged and changes are underlined or struck.
Right.
You don't have that in front of you.
Right.
Perhaps going forward, I think a clear way to communicate the revisions is in that exact format. That's just a notation to staff, because I think it alerts people to what actually has been changed.
Yeah, I think
Because
this,
it looks like those NH, you went from a 21 to a 18, which to me is different. It's a lower grade from last year.
the presentation of the document's confusing. I definitely, I can see that, yeah. And so,
And taking names out of the positions
Correct.
completely. I'm just looking merely at, for me, a fire chief has a lot of people under them, and they have a lot of, not that the city clerk, that position doesn't. It's just, I think that what, Commissioner
They-
Holland's saying, it's confusing.
They have different headaches, that's for sure. And then I agree with the idea that we want you to grow and move through the pay grade. However, the pay grade does need to be what the market says it needs to be. And so I think that's the basis of the change. It isn't numbers that we are generating at random. So the 2019 study was done pre-COVID, pre-inflation, all those things. And I think, unfortunately, what you're seeing is that the impact of just your overall impact on salaries throughout the economy is being reflected in the market study that Hannah's producing this year. So now that they update this study in December, January this year, and when they bring it now, they're like, things are much different than they were in 2019. And I think that's reflective in the salary, some of the salaries as well.
And I'll just finish, taking names out, of course, but just other cities I looked at, it had HR up here, IT,
Right.
finance. And even though the city clerk got paid a lot, it still wasn't as high. It was a little bit of stuff, at least a couple of the cities I looked. So I'd be more comfortable putting city clerk at a 13 or 14. That's just my opinion. So. But everything else is really good.
Well, I guess I'm just, when I look at a position, I look at what the expectations are for the job. It could be the legal aspects, the personnel aspects, the finance aspects, whatever the budget is that they're responsible for. I think you look at the complete responsibility of that one position. It's hard to compare apples to oranges to bananas to whatever else. Because we only have one person in each of those positions. So I don't have an issue with what's being proposed. If I was going to hire a human resource person, for example, Randy's got thick skin. I'm not necessarily going to go out and look for somebody at the bottom of the scale. I'm looking for the best qualified person to try to figure out where to get them to accept a position in our community at some point in that scale. So the scale there is, to me, is a range. And I just don't want to look at hiring someone for any position and think they're going to start out at the bottom of that scale. Because I'm looking for the best that I can get to come to the city of Danville to work for us and our citizens. So, different twist on it for me.
Randy, you want to confirm, when we're talking about Hannah's study, can you talk about that a little bit?
I can, yeah. So what we looked at the study, obviously, when we did the compensation proposal, we talked about, this was what the market said in totality. We said we really couldn't do that all in one phase for budgetary restraints. So we went back to the table and said we're going to do a portion of that this year, but also with the objective of doing the 6.5% COLA, which was the minimum that we talked about, achieving. With the market, and I think it's really difficult now to kind of grasp what's going on in the market, because when you look at a job and it says it's $60,000, well, that $60,000 is probably equivalent realistically to about 40 or 45 2 years ago. And even with the study, what we found is some of these, and when we talk about the leadership positions, you're talking about the level of accountability, a level of responsibility with those jobs. Some of these jobs, when we look at the range here, that's not encompassing of what that market job is. Like some of these jobs, when you mention like a police chief, fire chief, really, that job in our study, and some of them was going up to, 115, 120,000, because that's what the market was saying. But we talked about that we realized it wasn't in the city's best interest, that we thought we could do it all in 1 year. So when we look at numbers, we almost have to start with a clean slate because of the way the market has changed so rapidly. And realistically, it's unprecedented. I mean, it is. We're living in unprecedented times. I don't know what the future is going to hold for the labor market, but we've got cities around us, and I know I talked with the police chief and the fire chief. We've got cities around us for police personnel and general personnel that's paying $10,000 or $20,000 more than Danville, and we're still requiring those high standards. So we've got to, if we want to continue to hire the best of the best to make the best public service, I think we've got to progressively move forward with that. And then, there was a lot of questions. I'd like to just kind of emphasize what the mayor said about hiring for experience. We have a range, right? We have a minimum and maximum. Most of your senior positions, when you hire somebody into that position, they're not going to go into the bottom because they're going to have 15, 20 years of experience. We have an experience scale for each job, and that is very important because what it does is the system establishes pay equity across the board. So like, for example, if you hire a 15-year police veteran as your police chief, well, they're not going to start at the minimum. They're going to start on that 15-year scale. And that's really important to emphasize because everyone has different levels of experience, and you've got to reward people and attract people based on their experience. So if you want a seasoned leader, you're not going to get someone that's entry level. Realistically, they're probably going to have your upper management positions in general are probably going to have 10 or 15 years of experience. I'll go back to a police officer too. We've hired a lot of lateral police officers last 2 years, and the reason behind our success is because we reward them for their experience. We've brought in 10, 15-year plus veterans. We've paid them for it, but we've also maintained equitable pay structure, non-discriminative pay structure. I'll go back to that because that's really important through the organization. And I know these numbers are high, but really they are indicative of the market, and it's only a portion of what the market shows for most of these job classes.
We don't have a motion on the floor yet, so the chair would like to entertain a motion, if it's possible at this time, for first reading of ordinance 2019. Is there someone desiring to make a motion?
We could do that, but Commissioner Holland, do you feel like we ought to have a redo on this?
I do. If others do.
We need a motion first.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then we can decide.
Voted up or voted down?
Yeah.
Commissioner Sears, did you make a motion? Did you
did
make a?
not.
You did not? Okay, I was just clarifying.
I will
Thank
make a
you.
motion.
Okay.
I'll second it for discussion.
What's your motion? To
For
pass it?
approval, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, make a motion.
For ordinance 219.
Sorry.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and we are going to open up the floor for more discussion.
I want to remind the commission of past compensation studies that have been dickered with in various ways. It varies low, and much of this is like a skeleton. If you shorten one bone, there are other consequences to nearby and far away bones in the way the body works. Some of which are intended and some may not be. But this is a holistic study. So in the event, I would caution you, this is much like a line item veto in a budget, which power you don't possess. You either accept a plan or you kind of reject the plan, because one change will necessitate a more comprehensive review, analysis, and product for the entire compensation plan. Randy or Earl, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But you will not be able to simply revise a position or two on the scale without feedback to the consultant, who will have to redo the entire plan. And again, you are looking at a plan that was developed in concert with the approved organizational chart. So that doesn't mean you can't move things going forward, but you do have a July 1 date. So you need to be cognizant moving forward of where we are in that compensation classification study and plan, and what may have to be revised in a holistic way, not in a line item way. I say that just as a cautionary measure to you. If you make changes, the recommendation is that you scrap the entire plan and you start over.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the motion on the floor is that we approve ordinance 219 as presented, and I would agree that we have to vote it up or vote it down. And well, the other option would be Kevin could remove his motion. We could motion to table it, but means we're going to come back and meet sometime this week, real ASAP, right?
I'm not going to table it.
Yeah.
I want to vote and see where we are and then go from there.
That was going to be my recommendation. If you go where you are, because if there could be quite a bit of work to be done that shouldn't be delayed by maybe further meetings if that work is going to be necessitated.
Yes.
It's kind of a shame we haven't seen it earlier, except, 5 days before the end of the deadline? Like, we went through a whole budget process. This would have been really important for myself and my constituents probably to be aware of, just because, so many of the constituents really want to see the police and fire supported, and I just would have liked to seen this a lot earlier, since we've been working on budget for 5 months. When was this, when did this come to fruition? I mean, we're seeing it 5 days before the deadline.
Well, I think you're seeing the ordinance for the first time. However, the compensation study has been out for an enormously long time, subject for review.
For which each position already labeled what
The
numbers?
compensations, Randy, when was that completed?
The full report was completed in March, but we didn't do our proposal, I want to say, until sometime mid-April, end of April, and that's when we had the discussion about
That's what I thought.
having to do a portion of it, because there's a lot of, monetary factors that come into play. And then once we decided that we were going to go after that discussion and put together a draft with, assuring that everybody reached the COLA of 6.5%, but only doing a portion, that's when we went back and developed it. So it is a long process to go back and develop this, because, and also to the city manager's point, you have to look at how your organizational chart is structured and your hierarchy of your organization. So there was discussions there. So this draft was put together probably in the last 2 to 3 weeks, building it together to get it to present to you, before the end of the fiscal year for review.
We have a motion and a second. The chair would like to call for the question, and Madam Clerk, we need to do a roll call vote on this
I'm going
ordinance
to read it
2019.
first. This is the first reading of ordinance number 2019, and ordinance amending CDO 2-96 pertaining to the classification plan, compensation plan, and policies and procedures for city personnel. Commissioner Holland?
Well, since we can't start it over, I will have to say yes.
Commissioner Saris?
Yes.
Commissioner Cottle? Yes. Commissioner Peak?
Yes, I would like to say the policies and procedures aren't attached. I mean, does that matter?
That's the title to the document. That's the title to the chapter that's being revised. It's not indicative of that the policies and procedures are being revised.
Okay.
So the title refers to CDO 296, which includes policies and procedures,
Right.
but they're not being amended, so they're not attached.
Okay.
Good question, though.
Yes.
Mayor Atkins?
Yes, ma'am. The mayor would like to request a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Yeah.
Wow. Next item on the agenda is cemetery buyback. Ms. Rapier, Ms. Ashley?
This is a request to buy back plots from Don and Janet Hamner in Bellevue Cemetery. It's 4 plots in the amount of $1,449.
Thank you, ma'am. The chair would like to entertain a motion.
I move to accept Resolution 2023-062605.
Second.
Thank you all.
Did you decide not to die, Janet? Is that it? Yeah. Good deal. I like it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'd let that go, Ms. Janet. I'm sorry. I tried. Okay, next item is 62606 KLC General Insurance Trust Agreement. Ms. Rader?
This is the trust agreement for us to renew our liability and property insurance coverage for the fiscal year 23 through 24 with our KLC. Our premium this year is $385,271.31.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair would like to entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-062606.
Second.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Next item is 23062607 KLC Workers' Comp Trust Agreement. Workers' Comp. That just sound like the same thing.
I move for approval of Resolution 2023-062607.
Wow. Is there a
Second.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Ashley, you want to tell us anything about that one?
I think Randy wanted to say a few things about it.
All right.
Yeah, just a quick point on our workers' compensation. Our plan, I think our cost went from fiscal year '23, it was $232,000. Fiscal year '24, it was $226,000, but that's in conjunction with an increase in payroll. One of the things you look at to measure your workers' comp performance is your mod factor. Our mod factor, no, I'm throwing out odd numbers, but our mod factor last year was 1.2. This year it goes to 1.02. An industry benchmark is 1.0, and what that means basically is that you're paying out the appropriate premium dollars for the number of payroll dollars that you have. So that means the city's performance on workers' compensation is right where it is. It's right on the industry standard, and we continue to see, if we continue to push forward with our safety initiatives, we'll see those premium dollars go down.
Thank you, sir. That sounded good. All those in favor of 062607 Workers' Comp Trust Agreement, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Thank you. We're going to skip number 17. City Manager's Report. I'm sorry. It was tempting.
Well, I can hustle through the couple big things on there is, we noted in important dates. The 4th, City Hall's closed. There will be fireworks at 9 p.m. on Tuesday night or about dusk. The regular commission meetings are the 10th and the 24th. On the 18th, you have a planned joint meeting with the county to discuss the comprehensive plan, which brings us back to the first 2 bullet points, which was what we'd like to do. I talked to the Planning and Zoning Director this afternoon. What we'd like to do is plan the initial comprehensive plan discussion that was intended for you guys the same day as we do the Parks and Rec workshop, and we would ask that we would schedule that on the 12th. The initial discussion with her, with the comp plan, the old comp plan, and comments on it will probably take less than an hour, she thinks, and so that would align for a decent workshop to have both those things as agenda topics. So.
Did you say the 12th?
The 12th, yeah. We moved it from the 7th initially when I was talking to you this afternoon, but we couldn't get everybody to align for the 7th. So there is a.
You originally said the 18th, though, didn't you?
Well, there's 2 meetings. So you're going to have a meeting with yourselves with a city workshop to discuss the comp plan and the city's vision of the comp plan. All the partners will be doing that on their own. And then there will be a joint meeting on the 18th where all those partners come together and sit in a room together. And so what the idea is that you guys as an elected body representing the city of Danville will gather your thoughts together so that when you get to the 18th meeting, you're better prepared to answer those. Now, there is a copy of the comp plan for your pickup. Ashley, I think Ms. Rader has it, received that today. And so if you want to make sure you grab that so that you can prepare, assuming everybody can meet on the 12th, do y'all want to set a time for the 12th while you're all here? What's the time are you picking?
July the 12th?
Yep.
I don't have it on the 12th. What I had it on the 7th, didn't I?
Yeah.
You wanna
So
change it to-
what time do y'all want to meet on the
I
12th?
had it on the 7th at noon time. So we go to the 12th. What time do y'all prefer on the 12th?
I won't be
Oh.
here right now, but I'll see if I can work it out.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Oh, you're not available anytime.
No, anytime. I'm just, right now, I'm not gonna be here the 12th or the 18th, so. I'll see if I can work it out.
Oh, you out of town? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, we can go to where you're vacationing and have the meeting.
What,
It doesn't matter to me. 10 o'clock's usually my
10
go-to
o'clock
time,
is-
but
Okay.
10 o'clock
does
just
not
does.
exist.
So July the 12th. And what's your, 11 o'clock?
That's fine.
10
Say
a.m.
11, it doesn't matter.
11 o'clock. He's been getting 10 o'clock like crazy here lately, 11 o'clock.
11
So
o'clock.
what, 10 a.m. on the 12th, is that what you're deciding, or are we doing 11?
11 o'clock, man, y'all be,
Okay. Probably 2 hours.
yeah. 11 o'clock. Every time y'all meet at 10 o'clock, y'all force me to miss a very important meeting that morning. And, okay? I don't mind missing every now and then for my fellow commissioners, but what goes around needs to come around, right? Oh. All right, so on the 12th, 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. What do you say, 11 o'clock?
You said 11, so we're going to go with that.
We'll go with 11 first. All right, I'm good. You all right? Jenny, if you want to change the time, let me know.
okay. It's some work coverage. I'll be in town, I just work.
Oh,
Need to get stuff that day.
So then the agenda items, again, your comp plan should be with Ashley. And so make sure you pick that up, and then we'll have those two topics that day. Would like to point out, and I don't have the email up to read to you, but we're transitioning software with utility billing. That is impacting the timing of it. They've worked real hard to try to make that work. That has delayed our bill publishing and is affecting our billing capacity. So please know that you're probably going to get a few complaints as we're trying to get the volume of work done to transition to the new software and simultaneously continue to read bills and continue to publish bills with the utility. That is a problem, but it's we're going to be considerate of that and try to do as best we can. We'll rely on Melanie to communicate and help communicate that message for the utility. I want to point it out to you guys tonight so you can be prepared. We know you're going to get questions. We are anticipating that. And so we'll do the best we can as time passes. The audit for 22 is ongoing and active. The auditors were here last week. We'll try to get that wrapped up so that the audit year that is ending this month will be on schedule this year finally. And so then would like to two things that we need to request authorization for. One, we've gone through it with Parks and Rec this year. The ideas came about to have pool passes for 1 day for local high school students. And so we'd like to, those presenting a high school ID would be permitted to come to the pool one time for free. And so what we'd like you to do is to authorize us to execute that as a program. I think Melanie's been working on that quite a bit, and so we think that's a good idea, and certainly something that we are endorsing. So we'd ask permission to do that overall, and that is tied to money, so we'd like your endorsement of that.
And you send all city,
All-
county, public,
All
private
city,
schools,
county,
yeah.
local high
Yeah.
school students
Yeah.
with an ID can get in for free.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a motion. I'm asking permission to ask
You will include the other two, DCA and KSD.
any one of them.
Second.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of the city providing a one-day pass to all area high schools? Well, I'm going to say all city and county. Boyle County is the limit, right?
Yes.
To our Bunny Davis Center one-time pass, okay?
Then,
Now, before you go on, though, are you going to discuss the middle school thing?
we're looking for ways to get the middle school. So
Yeah.
right now, it's high school students, but we're looking for an idea that we can bring back to you for middle school students. We don't want to exclude them. We're trying to get, to get more kids involved, get more kids in our facilities. And this is one approach, and certainly, without going deep into it, given the time constraints, we're looking for an alternative for
Yeah.
the middle school
Yeah.
and younger kids.
And there's some other issues with age and with lack of ID for middle school kids.
Supervision and lack of IDs, yeah.
Okay, all right. What else you got, sir?
We've been working with the Danville Airport Board for a while. I know the mayor is aware of it. They have a grant that you have allocated the matching funds for. When they made their proposal to you, they talked about the grant they were going to apply for. They needed 1% matching funds. You've provided that in the budget that's getting ready to start. They were anticipating being able to seek authorization to make that grant application. And to make that grant application, they need the mayor's signature. The FAA has still not published those grant documents. However, they're the same as they were the last time that they applied. And so what I'd like to do is maybe Stephen can give me a little bit, how can we authorize the mayor's signature?
Again, since this is a grant application and you've already allocated the funds in the upcoming budget, this isn't a new allocation. I think based upon our longstanding tradition of aiding the airport in the assistance of these grants and all other endeavors in which the city has assisted the airport and desires to in the future, I think you can simply pre-authorize the mayor to sign an application for the grant, because there's no additional capital expenditures that will be committed.
Correct. The city is not the applicant. The airport board is, but as an establishing agency of the airport board, the county judge and the mayor have to sign, right? And so there's not necessarily a direct obligation of the city other than you've already agreed to provide the matching fund on behalf of the airport board. Hopefully that's clear. So
That is, so I guess the motion should be to approve the mayor and attorney's signature on the airport's FAA grant application.
Hello.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Thank you all. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Because the signature email has been circulating already today, so appreciate that. All right, Mr. City Manager, what else?
that's all I have for now.
Wow, okay.
Thank you all for those.
Let me just clarify, the 12th is Comp Plan and Parks and Rec?
Correct.
Thank you.
And let me clarify the 12th. Let's make it 9 o'clock.
I think that's a wise decision based upon the topics you're going to cover.
Yeah, and I'm leaving at 11.
Well, even more important then, Mayor.
No, I changed that. I didn't look at this thing right, and it's, I want to get released by another doctor on that date, so I'm going to make sure I get out here by 11. Okay.
Well, just let us know you're going to move it again before we stop, so go ahead. Proceed.
Well, we're supposed to have are you finished?
I'm done.
Well, see, it gets past 7:30, we just lose it. No, I'm sorry. This is where we have the second hear the public at this time on the agenda. Ms. Hamlin, you got anything you want to say to us? We appreciate you holding out for us, though. We appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner comments? You'll keep them till next time? Well, let me do one then, right quick. Public Works Spotlight interview with Josh Morgan in the spring 2023 link, the technology transfer newsletter for local transportation agents. And it looks like he's about 13 in this picture, guys, but it's a great article, though, and
I'm very old and distinguished in that picture. I don't know.
It just came in the mail today, and I'm on the front cover, and I said, "Who was that dude?"
With an autograph.
Yeah, with an autograph. Yeah, but we'll circulate it, Josh. But you're welcome to have.
I appreciate
Rick and I had a real good laugh reading before the meeting started. But congratulations, though.
Thank you all.
You represented the city real well. Talked about some interesting projects, and there's going to be a follow-up story on you or something every quarter or something. What is it?
Oh, I don't think so. I did that interview, I mean, it was probably 6 or 7 months ago, so probably some of the information is a little bit dated, so hopefully it comes across well.
As long as you got the streetscape schedule right in there, I think.
Oh,
Already
man.
wrong, whatever it is.
He said January the 1st, 2023.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've learned that the key is just not put a schedule out there. That's always right. If you don't have one, it's always right.
Hey, let's move right along.
I just
I'm
wanted to
sorry,
say,
but-
can I say
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you? I do want to shout out to the city staff and the police department for sure, working with the fair board, making that happen, and then the police department making it a smooth week and successful week. So,
And a shout out to,
and Public Works, I mean,
let's do a shout out to Commissioner Peak and her husband. Because you volunteered every night of the fair, Tuesday through
parking
Saturday.
cars and-
Look like Vanna White out there parking cars or something, Jack. Yeah, give yourself a shout out. Let's go on, right? Anybody else? You know what? I don't have to rush out of here. You know, I just thought about that. I'm going to an empty house, right? Rick and I are going home alone tonight, so we don't have to rush, right? Okay. Okay, anybody other got commissioner comments? Be sure you
I
edit
almost
that.
have one now, but I'm not going to.
I said alone, I didn't say together, right?
Sometimes
Financial-
words aren't necessary.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
Yeah, that's right.
True.
Item number 18, payment of the bills. Is there a motion to pay the bill list?
I'll move to approve the bill list as presented in the amount of $488,125.35.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you all. Any questions or comments, corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Next item, second reading of ordinance number 2014. Madam Clerk, you want to read that for us?
This is the second reading of ordinance number 2014, and ordinance amending a portion of ordinance number 1994, which established the City of Danville, Kentucky annual budget for the fiscal year 7/1/2022 through 6/30/2023 by appropriating funds for the operation of city government.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 2014.
Second.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Saris,
Yes.
Commissioner Caudle,
Yes.
Commissioner Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Atkins,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland.
Yes.
Item number 20, occupational license update. Ms. Compton?
Yes, I just wanted to give you all a quick update. As of May, the end of May of calendar year 2022, we have issued 205 business license, new business license for the year, with 44 in May, for a total revenue generated of $5,125 in this calendar year. And the listing of businesses are available on the Finance Department's webpage. They're listed by month, so if folks are interested in seeing what's new.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions or comments? Oh, we're at that point in the meeting where we turn things over to Josh again. Next 4 items, Josh.
Yeah, this should go pretty quickly. The first item is some additional paving that we would like to procure from the Allen Company using their state bid price through KYTC. In your package, you have their quotes. One is for $116,522.90, and that is to resurface the softball parking lot at Millennium Park. This has been an item we've had on our list for a long time. Actually, I was talking to John Drake last week, and I think it was on the subcommittee had a list, some kind of committee had a list from like 2018 that was on to be done. So I don't think the surface layer of asphalt ever was put down on the softball parking lot when Millennium Park was built, from what I can tell. So this is something long time coming, something that's been put off, and so now we need to move forward with the paving of that. We have some money available in the capital line item for land and land improvements with parks to complete this project. And then the other quote is for $18,801.50. This is to pave portions of streets, Needmore Road and Sleet Street in Perryville. There were utility dig-ups done on those streets. Needmore was a part of the water line extension project through that area. And then Sleet Street, I think, was just a series of leaks that we had to repair down there. And we've just had a lot of complaints about the patching that was done there. Not necessarily that it was poor patching, that it created an uneven road surface that was kind of pushing cars off and on the road, especially on Needmore. So we got a price to do those, to pave those sections of the streets, and that will be charged to the utility capital fund for those repairs. So we're looking for approval of a total of $135,324.40.
Question, has Needmore been paid before?
So we paved half of it when that dig-up was done, and where the seam is, it's cars pass each other, the one car on one side, it pushes them off the road. It's real subtle, but we've gotten a tremendous amount of complaints out of it. I think it's something the county even reached out to us about, so we've been looking at it for a while, and we finally were able to get a price from the Allen Company to do this work.
Okay, good. All right.
And Sleet Street, tell us again.
Sleet Street's just past Battlefield Road
Yep.
on the right. And there's just a series of patches that we did when there were leaks, and it's just creating an uneven surface and that is not a very long section. I think it's about 40 feet of the street that we'll be paving there. We're just gonna do one smooth surface over the entire street. That way it's clean, it's a cleaner patch.
So the reason we're doing a street in Perryville is because it was our
Utility,
work
our utility.
messed it up.
Yeah, we do. I mean, that's the thing. Our Public Works does those repairs. So our Public Works, you'll see them in Perryville and Junction
No,
City
that's
doing
fine.
repairs
Just
quite
for
often.
people
Yeah.
who didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I move to accept Resolution 2023-06-2609.
I'm going to second that.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you all. Next item is 06-2611, a change order number 2 for the tennis complex.
So in your package, you have a change order request from Guardian Fence and Construction. They ran in where the southern end of the courts and where the storm drain line ran, they hit a tremendous amount of very, very difficult bedrock. We actually did geotechnical borings in that area, and we missed it because it was a seam. So they spent much of the month of November and early December hoe ramming through that bedrock. In your package, you have their letter and request and their price breakdown. It was much higher than we anticipated. So we've been kind of spending a few months negotiating with them, trying to figure out a price that we could come to terms with. So the amount that we have told them that we are happy with and they have agreed to as well is $75,087.53. That's in comparison to their initial letter. They had a unit price in their bid for $500 a cubic yard, but that's not necessarily. Scale comes into play there. That could be for 1 cubic yard, or it could be for, in this instance, 358 cubic yards is the amount they actually removed. So they used that unit price in their initial proposal. It was $179,000. So we've come down from that point to the $75,000 and change that we're presenting tonight. And they had a price breakdown in here that amounted to about $192,000 once they included all of their cost. We went through and kind of eliminated a few, tweaked some things, and came to this, and that's how we came up with this number that we're presenting. It's a few of those line items eliminated. This is a compromise where they're eating some of the cost and the city's taking on some of the burden as well, just because of the amount of bedrock that's here. It's one of those things ideally the storm drain would have been in a different location. And I think if we'd have known what we were going to get into by the end of the project, we would have found a different place for it. But the work is done. The work has been done for a while, and they've been waiting patiently for us to move forward with this. So we thought we'd go ahead and present it tonight and get the approval because the project is getting close to being wrapped up. We have a few punch list items that we're still working on out there, but they should be done in the next month or so. So we were asking for approval for a change order for rock excavation in the amount of $75,087.53.
Thank you for your negotiating skills.
Yeah.
I move for approval of resolution 2023-062611.
Thank you, sir. For a second.
Second. You know, it's interesting this happened as we had discussion about putting a pool complex out of Millennium and not sure what we'd run into.
Yeah, I think we would just have to do a much more thorough geotechnical, exploration. We do a lot more borings and also, and I think this is something that comes into play you don't think about is, usually when you do a boring, you just drill to rock refusal. So once they hit rock, they stop and they say rock is at 4 feet or 8 feet. But it doesn't, you have to do additional work to determine what that rock is and how tough it is, how hard it's going to be to remove. And this rock was especially hard to remove. And that's something a traditional boring would not have told us. So I think if we, in the future out there in that site, if we decide to do any other projects that are going to go underground, we need to do a more thorough exploration to see what we're going to run into.
There's about 3 or 4 of those, well, there's a few of those seams here in Bull County that are abnormally hard, and your only solution is to drill and shoot them. And when you can't do that, then it's a problem. And the water line project or the sewer line project on Lebanon Road, he got into the same thing there at the bend. And if you'll recall how long he was in that curve, where he was digging next to the road, he was there for 3 months, and it was just a few hundred feet. And so when you can't shoot, you got this reasonably the contractor is asserting that's an unforeseen condition. And so it's amounts to a settlement of the claim, potential claim, and by negotiating in good faith. And so it's a reasonable solution considering the outcome.
Very good.
You said something and shoot it?
Drill it and shoot it, blow it up with dynamite. Yeah.
Who does the geotechnical?
You have, like Josh described, we had that done on that site as part of our design
By
process.
a contractor, not the city staff. 'Cause
Not-
he's like,
yes.
well, we need to do a better job.
Yeah,
No,
a
whoever.
third party, and they're sitting out there with a certain task in mind to do, and they designate the locations of the borings, and
They're going to do what a reasonable geotechnical engineer would do, is to assess the site, assess the footprint of the site, look for problem spots, drill those spots or drill a uniform pattern to assess where the rock is. In this case, where that line crossed, it was much shallower, but it was also the hard rock.
And rock excavation, we could talk about this for long. It's something I thought a lot about especially when I was at the state, because we ran into this a lot. When you're bidding a project, you're trying to eliminate risk for the contractor, so they bring their prices down because they're gonna bid that risk. So if we put the entire burden on the contractor that, hey, whatever you find, you're covered, you gotta pay for. We're not gonna pay for any rock excavation. They'll build that risk into their bids, and we'll inflate our bids. So there's a little bit of, hey, let's leave that out. If they run into rock, let's work together and make it something we can both agree to. So that's kind of what we've done here. There's kind of that balance you have to look at when you're doing work underground.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thanks for the question. I mean, that's a legitimate question, and it's a change order. It's a big number, and it catches most people off guard. But when you do that a lot, you have to exercise some reasonable care in both directions.
Okay, there is a motion and second, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And since we're, just quickly, can you give us an update on pickleball since we're on the tennis court?
Yeah, we should be, we finally got our fence quotes. We got a fence contractor lined up to they're gonna put the fence in the middle, where the tennis nets are now, to divide the three courts apart from each other. Because the surfacing company wanted that done first before they put the surface in. They wanted the fence put in. So I don't have a date yet because I still need to get that fence contractor out there before I lock in the surfacing contractor. But we're moving forward. Hopefully within the next few weeks, we have hopefully next meeting, that'd be my goal. Next meeting, I'll bring a date to you all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next item is 062612 KD LED conversion agreement.
So I have reached out to Center College about this. We tabled this item from last meeting. I have not gotten an answer, been able to talk to them about it yet, got an answer of how they would like to contribute. So, we can table this for another 2 weeks if you all would like. I don't have really any new information to bring tonight.
I move to table.
Second.
All those in favor of tabling item number 24, resolution 2023-06-264, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion is tabled. Last item on the agenda before executive session is second reading of orders 2015. Madam Clerk, will you read that for us, please?
This is the second reading of ordinance number 2015, an ordinance creating new policies and regulations to manage activities in and access to the city of Danville, Kentucky public right-of-way.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a motion?
I move for approval of the second reading of ordinance 2015.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you all. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, the roll call vote.
Commissioner Caudle,
Yes.
Commissioner Peak,
Yes.
Mayor Atkins,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Holland,
Yes.
Commissioner Saris.
Yes.
The chair would like to entertain a motion for executive session. Or a motion for, this better be that long, on what the,
Executive session 4.
yeah, I'm trying, yeah.
We have property acquisition tonight, personnel, and a specific economic development proposal.
So go for it, Commissioner Siri.
It's a bunch, huh?
See
All
all
right,
those things he said, right?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to go into executive session for potential real property acquisition for which publicity at present stage might or would be likely to affect the value per KRS 618101B. And I guess the next one would be business development, correct?
Yes, under 618101G,
Okay. You need me to read it all?
please.
Okay. And a motion to go into executive session pursuant to KRS 618101G for discussions with a representative of a business entity pertaining to a specific proposal or open discussion would jeopardize the siting,
Sitting, retention.
sitting, retention, expansion, or upgrading of the business. And finally, personnel, which one?
1F.
Okay. To go into executive session to discuss personnel matter pursuant to KRS 618101F.
Well done.
Would you
Thank
repeat, would you,
you,
wait, would you
Commissioner
would
Saris.
you repeat that, please?
What's that?
No,
I'm
that's
out of
Kevin
breath. I
Collins.
can't do it.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. All those in favor of going to the executive session?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we're going to executive session. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Of executive session.
Aye.
Mr. City Manager, you have
Thank-
some.
Yes, 2 items. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Staff is recommending the hiring of Gavin Hensley to the position of Equipment Operator 2 for the Public Works Department.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Tell them congratulations, okay? What else you have, young man?
Staff is asking that you accept the resignation of Samantha Miller from the position of utility billing clerk, the effective Friday, 6/30/23.
So moved.
Just a second.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All those in favor?
Aye.
What was the effective date?
6:30?
Oh, this Friday, okay. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Entertain a motion for
Let's go.
adjournment?
Let's adjourn.
Well, no, wait, let's just wait 10 more minutes, right?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.